So, I forgot. Need to be on Discord as well. Okay. I wonder if I can hear. Hold on. Well, I should hear, but we'll see, I guess. I'll keep an eye on when Draiken joins. So, what are we doing today? We have a few options. There are still pieces of the castle that aren't done. And I started clearing the water last week with Draiken, and also, wow, frames. I also continued that a bit on my own. So I removed all of the dividing walls from the sections we had already emptied and collected the sand because I needed to finish all of the other sections. We also have other shallower areas we need to drain. So this piece over here between the main island and the swamp, and also the lake. I definitely have to do something about the frames. So this lake also needs to be cleared. Let me just see if I can fix my video settings. Maybe we should go down to like 15 maybe. And see if that makes it slightly more playable. Hopefully, we'll see. Otherwise, I'll have to look into it a bit more. I can also stop ReplayMod because I'm not going to build anything major today, so I don't really need the ReplayMod specifically. Wonder if it's OBS that makes the frames be horrendous, because I usually do not have this issue when playing. So that's something to read up more about, I guess, in between sessions. So this is basically the first stream that I do, so things are going to be a bit rough, both in terms of me as a streamer and in terms of the technical setup. I did do some preliminary testing just to make sure that I can actually stream. So the video and audio is going out, and also that I can capture the audio content because I am on a Mac, which means there is no local audio interface. So basically, if you want to capture the game audio, you have to do special workarounds. So I made sure that works, and I made sure that the stream works. I did a couple of mini test streams during the week, but I cannot say anything about the quality of the stream or the quality of the audio. It should be good, but I haven't listened back to a full stream yet, which I will after this session when I have a full stream to watch back. So in a way of an intro, let's do some free cam. This is the main area of the Together SMP server. The Together server is my server, as in I am the main administrator. I play on it together with friends and my children and friends with children's children. It's a safe space for the kids. My kids, at least one of them definitely, maybe more of them, have MPF diagnoses. So ADHD and autism in that case, which means that I'm not very keen on letting him loose on public server. So we built this server basically so we could play together and so they could have a server where it's safe to be. And over time, it's turned out that others have the same thought. So I have friends internationally through work that also have kids that want to play Minecraft, and we have invited them to the server over time. And also I have invited some of my grown-up friends to play along. Most of what you see here is designed and built by me. So let's start with the oldest build on the server, which is the main storage. This is the practical item multi-sort system by like Cubic Meter, Rapscallion, and the other guys from WaveTech. Or I don't think it's technically WaveTech design, but most of the people that's been involved in designing it are on WaveTech now or have been previously. Anyway, so it's not my design redstone wise, and it was the first major redstone build that I did. And this, like the storage hall, is the first major decoration build that I did as well. So this main island with its decorations and buildings, not finished, of course. I mean, never finished the back of the base, am I right? It's the first island. Next to it are some of the children's islands. So these 3 islands here, that one, and that one, are my children. That one is not built on yet, but we created the island for one of the other kids playing here. This is the second build, which is the main furnace array with 36 furnaces, I think it is. It's Ilmango's furnace design. It's also a cobblestone generator, which, if I remember correctly, it's also Ilmango's design from a Skyblock series, like the Psycraft Skyblock series. And that's why it's a bit peculiar with just one lava source, because they wanted to preserve lava, of course, since it wasn't renewable at the time when they played. And so that was the second building on here. That is a modified basalt generator. I unfortunately don't remember whose right off the bat, but it's a common enough design. It's just 5 blocks long with lava sources and ice, etc. And this is a mini setup for harvesting some lava until we can build probably actually Ilmango's design for the, the lava farm as well. And this is a Nether Things farm, which I cannot remember who designed either, but this one is modified as well because I had problems with the TNT. So this TNT duper module, I think, is either Ilmango or Nembon's design. I don't remember which. It's also commonly used in lots of different builds. I think I clipped it from Ilmango's tree farm. I think it's the one that's used at the top of the tree farm. It looks a bit peculiar because I started to try and build a second duper, because right now, as you can clearly see, I'm not getting all of the blocks, and I made this one to get shroomlights mainly, and they always spawn at the top, or almost always, which meant I really wanted to get these blocks as well. But after blowing this farm up, I don't know, 5 times maybe, while trying to add a second TNT duper that would explode higher up, I essentially gave up and redesigned. I went into creative and designed my own Nether stuff farm, which is, I mean, it works. It's the first larger redstone contraption that I did on my own. I'll show it someday, not today. It's fine, but it's not super efficient. I have the same problem there, basically, that I need to learn how to time and detonate TNT at different levels from one duper, so I don't have to like have, because that farm explodes from the sides. So basically I have a TNT duper dropping in each corner. It's not exactly like this one, but the collection platform underneath is a square just like this one. And I have TNT dropping in each corner. But it also means that I'm just blowing off the lower corners of the trees I grow. And I really need to like detonate them at least at a couple of different levels. I guess you could just clock some ancient debris blocks maybe, so that you push a block out to get it to land higher up and explode there. Anyway, I'm going to go back to that design at some point and fix it. Then I built this, which is affectionately called the Skymond. It's a sky diamond, so obviously it's a Skymond. And this is cubic meters trading hall design. If you've seen this video, you will recognize this part. I did add some things to it. This is a variant of Logical Geek Boy's villager farm. And I also added my own pickup system. And at the bottom here is the, is the disposal system as well, which also recycles the mine carts up to the pickup system. So it's like a closed loop. You only have to put as many mine carts in as you have room for villagers in the trading hall. At the side, it's like pretty standard farms, potato one level and carrots another level, just to get tradable goods basically. So I use that with the farmers to get emeralds. Do not have a raid farm yet, built one last season, but I didn't really feel like it now. That's a shulker farm that I believe is Raceworks design. One of the later, well, I say later, I stopped watching his design work on shulker farms after we built this one, but it is not the earliest designs they made. It's one of the later, like iteration 5-ish, 5, 6. Works well, had some issues with it, can go into if anyone's interested. And then we built this island, which is Draiken's house. Basically, he lived there in this lovely castle, and we upgraded his build a bit. It's not his original design for the house either, and I cannot unfortunately speak to whose design it is, because I don't know. Could probably find out, because I have the blueprint for it. But right off the bat, I can't say who designed it. I know he looked around on the internet and found the design he liked. It's also tweaked, not so much on the outside, but basically the inside of this did not have... Oh, let's go inside, actually. I'm on the island anyway. The inside of this did not have any... Like, it didn't have an interior. It was only an exterior. Oh yes, definitely have to look into the frame. So the interior is designed by me. Some pieces are like ideas from others, but most of this is just me designing an interior, which is, I guess, the reason why everything here is spruce. It was supposed to be like a worker's kitchen though, so I guess that's okay. I did all of the interior walls and ceilings design and building. He hasn't really moved all of his stuff in. It was a lot of fun building this. It's a style I like, and I haven't done a lot of these buildings, even though I like the style. But yeah, most of the things that you see here weren't here. So like the entire interior were just almost empty with some netherrack scaffolding littered around the place, which confused us in the beginning until I realized it was just scaffolding blocks that the creator had used. Unclear why he needed scaffolding, considering he probably made it in creative anyway. Yeah, we're using the Waystones mod, and as you saw from FreeCam, we're also using Tweakeroo. Well, me and Draiken, the kids aren't. The server is running fabric and carpet with auto crafting, which is not excessively used. It's basically just used in the gold farm, for example, to compress gold nuggets into gold blocks automatically, just to save on storage space and crafting time. So I don't have a lot of time to play, not as much as I would like. So some of the tedium is taken out by auto crafting, but nothing that really changes the game. And also I don't mind auto crafting in Minecraft. I think they should add it to the game. It's good for people like me who like the technical side of things. And it doesn't really ruin game balance anyway, because the only time you need auto crafting is if you're planning to do a lot of something, basically building mega farms, etc. You could argue that at that point you have already broken the game mechanics, right? Or at least exploited the game mechanics as far as they will go. So anyway, I'm okay with this interior. It's fine. I think it turned out okay. I do not mind it. Do not mind showing it on stream. Then of course, I mean, there should be some tables and stuff up here, but I left that for Draiken to do himself, which he has not yet. Like, that's my fault, and I'll show you why in just a sec. So after we did his house, I wanted to have a house too. So of course, when I do something, I can't do it like a normal person. So let me just land. Wow. Okay, so promises for next time, I'll fix the frame drops as best as I can, at least. So this castle and the island that it's on, like this entire thing, is originally designed by me and not taken like much of anything from anywhere, really. The only things I have taken is like this fire, inspiration for, I'd say, because I haven't taken anything straight off. So that fire, the glass spirals, which aren't done yet, there's going to be more glass, orange and yellow going up to build limit, basically. And also some of the statues that are here, not all of them. I did design a couple on my own, but a few are actually other people's. And I cannot speak to whose actually, because it was random Googling for Minecraft statues that brought me several iterations of the same designs, basically. So I don't know who originally made it. This is my bedroom, which turned out great. Do like the glass cupola. I did add this bit, well, I mean, not the corner itself, because I have 3 others, but the balcony here, because when I built it, I didn't have any way to access this by Elytra, and I did realize that I was probably going to access this by Elytra most of the time, so it made sense to have a balcony or something where you could land and take off. Yeah, so it's mostly done. I mean, you can see some scaffolding. It's this side is the part that isn't done. As you can see, it's a big hole where there's supposed to be a room. There's some floors missing, and decoration wise, like all of this part here is very unfinished. And I also did like design iterations on the castle. So I started and then I went back. So we needed something to start with. So initially I designed some of the underside of the island. So we started over here at the landing and built this direction. And then I've added stuff as we have finished things. And I am at, I think the latest revision is 0.9. So that means I've made 9 blueprints of the design. So there are some things that needs to be adjusted from how it did look when we built it to how it's supposed to actually look now. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm happy. It turned out great, and the reason that Draiken hasn't finished his interiors is that he's helped me a lot with this. I don't know, it's like 80,000 blocks, maybe something like that. So it's taking quite a while to get it together. We spent, I'm going to say, like 6 to 8 sessions working on this all in all, and each session is somewhere around like 4 hours at least. It's not that bad actually when I think of it. But anyway, since we usually do one longer session a week, it's taken many weeks to get this far. But it's coming together. Unfortunately, the inside is not as complete as the outside. I will show you the main attraction, which is where I started. So basically this, if you've seen my channel at all before this, there is a like a teaser video for this here. And this is the like centerpiece of the castle. Basically, I built this first and designed the castle around it like a shell. It's not 100% complete, as you might be able to tell. I did not get to the chandeliers. I can't really say why. I guess we got stuck in with the rest and I forgot. So I have to go back and add them. Yeah, but this is the throne room. And it's also original design. I mean, the idea for the mirror floor, of course, isn't unique. And this Starry Sky, in quotes, was inspired by Grian's work in Hermitcraft Season 8, I guess. The Weird season, where he did this in his Diagon Alley copy. Anyway, this is pretty much done. This part. Yeah, another Waystone for those of you who haven't seen that mob. Basically, it allows you to create warp stones and scrolls, like town portal type scrolls, and these Waystones and the teleport pad thing that Draiken had in his house. They are all items that facilitate quick transport over unlimited distance in the game. So you can basically, it's the TP command, but in item form. Yeah, here's a good example of missing interiors. This entire piece here does have design. There is supposed to be, oh, sorry, wrong direction. And this is supposed to be prison cells. Oh, missing block. This, no, it can't be. I guess one of the kids, maybe? Don't think we forgot it when we built it. Anyways, prison cells, guard rooms, things like that are supposed to be here. There's also a secret passage here that connects to another secret passage, which is this piece here. It's the prerequisite escape tunnel. Yeah, now at least I can see. Oops, and you come out here. So there are many more hours to be put into the interiors. Same here. You can see it started, but it's like very unfinished. Should be stairs here, more corridors leading off here. All of these entrances and exits to the different balconies and parapets, they are actually connected in the final schematic. So you can always get to a balcony. The entire castle is connected, so you can go from anywhere to anywhere, provided you know how to get there, of course. And this here, these brown streaks, are supposed to be yellow streaks. And the reason they look like this is because that's one of the things that changed between when this section was built and the final version, where when I built this this balcony here, which is an addition, I tore out the blocks here as I went because they are supposed to be replaced with yellow stone instead. So yeah, but lots of interior work left to do. Exterior wise, pretty well sorted. This is an iron farm. Guess we didn't go through this chronologically because the iron farm has actually been here longer than my island. Unfortunately, it broke. It's supposed to be an illager in the middle. I think this is a M1 design. I'm pretty sure this is an M1 design from his excellent iron farming video. If you haven't seen it and you're interested in iron farming mechanics, then go watch M1's iron farming walkthrough, where he shows lots of different designs and also explains the mechanics for how they work, so you can design your own, should you please. So what happened, I think, well, so 3 villages here, illager there. When I got here, these villagers were gone and there was 1 witch here. And I assume, and this lightning rod was there at the time. Not sure if it's too close and we had the lightning storm. It hit and that transformed them. Might be the case. I actually didn't check what the minimum safe distance is before I put it there, so it could be my fault entirely. Anyway, for some reason they got hit by lightning. And one of them turned into a witch, killed the others, and I assume killed the illager as well, because I can't see why he would die otherwise. So we need to get another illager, we need to get 3 more villagers up here, which, I mean, if you do villager wrangling at all in this game, you know how fun that is. Pipe connecting the iron farm's output into the wood farm. So this is the tree farm that I talked about, that I got the TNT duper design from. So it's Ilmango's tree farm. And this is a broken bone meal farm. It's not supposed to be cobble here. I have fixed it once before and it broke again. Do have a reasonable supply of bone meal in the storage, so I haven't really felt like fixing it. I haven't needed to fix it, more or less. And next time I fix it, I will AFK with ReplayMod on and try to find out why it breaks, because it shouldn't. I did go back to the video, and this, I believe, is... Well, it's either Raceworks or Ilmango. I'm not sure which. I can look it up if anyone is interested. I'm also not entirely sure how much I changed the water streams. I don't think too much. I do remember I did something around here for my storage system, but I don't think it was a lot. So most of it is as originally designed, and it's also like half the farm is down here. And this, the iron went here because I already had storage down here for bone meal, the wood types, and then I added iron because why not? Why build a separate storage room? So this is a system designed by me. For the shulker loaders are not designed by me, but the interconnection between these different systems is designed by me. And there is some semi-clever circuitry to one take the boxes, push them into water stream, get them up into the chests, and also automatic shutoffs so that if the shulker storage gets full for any of these materials, it will shut off the farm that input comes from. So if you're doing oak logs and you would fill all of these double chests with full shulkers of oak logs, it would shut down the tree farm. And the same if you did birch or spruce. I think it also does it for sticks. I'm not sure. Might not have connected sticks because I don't really care if they overflow, and they wouldn't overflow before the wood type did anyway. Same with iron and the same with bone meal. And the reason that's tricky is that firstly it's several inputs to one output, and I know that's not technically a problem, but in this case I'm severely space limited down there, which was the thing that made it a problem. I didn't design this system when I designed, actually I didn't design this island, I just built it ad hoc from the ground up to house the farm. So I didn't have enough space really to do the things I wanted to do after the fact. Where are my hoppers? Or maybe I didn't put hoppers there. Because the top chest is a storage chest for shulker shells and logs. So I guess this is the first one with full of empty shulker boxes. So yeah, it makes sense. Should have a hopper there. Yeah, anyway, so it's multiple outputs. So if both chests get full, I want to turn it off. But in this case, if any of these get full, I want to turn the wood farm off. And if both of these get full, I want to turn the iron farm off. So it's different logic depending on what we're looking at. And it's also 3 different farms to turn off, which made it more interesting. First custom tree. I actually had 2. I had one here, but it was before I built the ugly factory. Sorry, I'll redesign that at some point. Anyway, there's lava here, and the tree was basically here. So what happened was it caught fire and burned down because we have fire tick on, and parts of this tree has also caught fire and burned down. As you can see, that's why there is a hole here. And fortunately, this tree burned when I was here because the other tree burned when I wasn't here. So I thought that maybe the kids had done something, but they hadn't. I realized after the fact that it just burned from fire tick and being too close to lava. So yeah, I think that's all of the major overworld builds. The reason we're removing the water is that, yeah, and this is a mushroom island, and also if you don't know, mushroom islands don't spawn hostile mobs. So we built all of these islands here because the kids shouldn't have to worry about creepers blowing up their houses when they're playing. And also, I don't mind not having to worry about creepers blowing up my base. So, sorry, just having a drink. In the last season, we did not build on the mushroom island, and I built the impulse style item sorter main storage, which has a lot of nooks and crannies, and I did have several creeper spawns in there that blew up my redstone more than once. So I kind of decided that the next season was going to be on Mushroom Island. Anyways, I wrote a little program to look for seeds that had a few different things that I wanted. So one was a large-ish mushroom island next to a witch hut, because that's a witch farm, because I wanted to build a witch farm very early to get a steady source of redstone. I should point out that I have played several hundred hours on this server, and that is the majority of Minecraft that I have played. So the last season wasn't the first world I played in, but it was like the fourth. I did one creative world where I just played around, and I did two other worlds. I think one of them was also creative. Yeah, that was my first one, and then the second one. So I did basically one survival world before season 1 of Together. And I'm calling it season 1 even though I didn't stream, because for us it was like that was the first world and this is the second one. So I was not very confident in fighting mobs, etc. when we started this world. I am more so now. So I wouldn't mind going down caving for redstone now the way that I did when we started this. So I guess today I wouldn't prioritize a witch farm. I would just build a like a multi-level raid farm instead, because that also gives you crazy amounts of redstone. You also get gunpowder, so you don't have to build a creeper farm, and you also get emeralds, so you don't have to build a potato carrot farms here. So we have a now defunct creeper farm. Well, I guess it's not defunct per se, but it's not used a lot. So this is a creeper farm, and this is not my idea either. So as I said, I have played enough to actually design any kind of farm on my own then. I can now, but I didn't then. So I can check who did this. Someone who showed this. It's the cat-based creeper farm. So you have a cat in each corner of this room, and in the middle is a double trapdoor chute where they drop down and then get flushed to the end and killed by lava. And you can build this multi-story, but since we do not have a crazy amount of players and don't really need a crazy amount of gunpowder, because the kids do not fly as much as I do, I stuck with one story and put it under the water so it wouldn't be so noticeable. Anyway, so that's the OG creeper farm. I did make one here. It's the same construction. Looks like it's multi-story, but it's actually not, because I don't know. I was sleeping when I built it. So, so I built 2 stories except the floor in this, and then I put the like the exit chute too high, so now I can't even add the floor for the first level. So the thought here was that I have lots of room inside of my basement. So if I have a gunpowder farm here and I put a sugarcane farm somewhere inside my island, I could have local production of fireworks basically, and then we could just tear down that creeper farm, the other one. Anyway, so the reason we're draining water, etc., is that we are going to build TNT bombers and basically take this down to bedrock. So this is going to become a huge crater. The edges are going to be terraformed, so it will look like some kind of interdimensional rift. I'm not completely sure if I'm going to remove all of the bedrock. Would look amazing if you did. So that the water just falls into the void and not onto bedrock. Either way, it's going to be like a huge hole in the ocean with some smaller islands either sitting on the very edge of the hole or inside of the hole, like floating. So it looks like someone made a huge magical hole. So the entire story around this is that a great magician lived in the castle, and he brought these islands here from different places to serve different purposes. I wanted to do flying islands because I thought it was a cool idea. I mean, not at all original, of course, but I liked the idea of building floating islands and I wanted to try it. And I also liked the idea of having several smaller floating islands. Well, the reason I wanted floating islands is that I realized in season 1 that as soon as you get Elytra, you're basically going to be flying everywhere anyway, so you don't really have to have a base on the ground. It's just, I don't know, it just spoke to me to have it in the sky instead. And it also lets you mix building styles. Like that's clearly Gothic medieval. That is some kind of darker wizard style. This is Roman inspired, very clean, etc. This island is different. The building style is more modern factory. So kinds of allow you to experiment with different building styles and mixing them close to each other without that being a problem. I think we're going to build a museum at some point. We've already started collecting items and actually some mobs as well for the museum. And that's Pixel Riff's idea that I'm ripping off. I guess he's not the first to do it, but I saw his last survival series that he ended by building the museum. I didn't see all of it, but I did see parts of the museum build, and I thought it was a great idea. It also gives you different things to do from when you build. Like this is block collection, building, grinding, lots of different things like that. But wrangling different kinds of mobs into museum, or like adventuring for rare items like the tall grass and tall fern, which we already have. The broken treasure maps, which I also have, or that, I think, let me zoom in. Yeah, in that glass box there with stone ceiling is an invisible spider. It was very funny. This monstrosity is a record farm. We did I'm going to call it quick and dirty, but it didn't turn out to be quick and dirty. We spent like way too long building that thing. We're just going to throw something together quickly, and then it turned out it was really difficult to do it, and we ended up building an actual record farm instead of just farming some records quick and dirty. Anyway, when we built that, we started talking about the museum, and I said that one of the things I really wanted was an invisible spider. And while we were building this, an invisible spider spawned here. So we basically just got it caught in a glass box, put a name tag on it, and left it there for whenever we get to the museum build. This is turned off. Yes. So this, let me show you the inside if you haven't seen these things. So this is a shulker farm. Getting shulkers from the end, very fun, highly recommended. Bring a friend, lots of tissue paper because you're going to cry a lot. And also don't play it on your main computer if you're prone to violence out of frustration, because then you might break something. Yeah, it took a while. I mean, firstly we got them here, then we built two small spawning platform when we tried to duplicate them, so we managed to kill all the ones that we got back from the end. We had to go back for even more, build a larger spawning platform to basically get the seed shulkers. Also, this is the central shulker that the one that you need to get in here, and when we finally had a couple of shulkers to do the seeding and get this started, we managed to kill that dude 3 times. So we had to go back for even more shulkers. Anyway, we spent 2 sessions basically playing with shulkers and building this thing. So how it works is the snow golem will throw a snowball at this guy, and when he aggroes on the snow golem, all of the other shulkers around are going to aggro at the snow golem as well, and they're all trying to shoot him, but the bullets can't get there, so they will go basically down or up and end up hitting the shulker that shot it. And this guy can never damage the snow golem, because whenever he tries to shoot, he can only shoot down, because there's the only block that's left is down. So he basically shoots the shulker bullet into the lava, and it gets destroyed. The trapdoor is there to break aggro, so if you don't, they will stop shooting after a while. And the new ones that, no, actually they won't stop shooting, they will keep shooting, but the problem is that when they hit themselves, they have a chance to clone, and the new one, will not be aggroed, it will be passive. And the original one will die sooner or later, because it will hit itself a couple of times and then die. So then you end up with a lot of passive shulkers out here and one angry shulker in here that tries to kill the snow golem, and you don't get any shulker shells. So the trapdoor is there to break line of sight for a predetermined amount of time, just enough to get this guy to reset his aggro on the snow golem, and then the clock will tick over and open it again, and the snow golem will aggro him, and we're back and running. It is very efficient. It's turned off because I put a shulker loader down here, which is also not my design actually. Well, I guess it's my redesign. Originally, this is someone else's design, and I'm sorry, I don't know whose, because this one is one I built off of like image reference or YouTube video reference, but it's not one of the major channels I usually follow, so I don't remember. And after this one, I actually built my own instead. So not this one, but I have built my own both loader and unloader. Anyway, this one loads shulker boxes full of shells. You can't see one here because I'm out of entity rendering distance. FreeCam doesn't render entities if they're out of entity rendering distance. But anyway, we ended up with shulkers and shulkers full of shulker shells. So we have like double chests and double chests full of shulker shells, basically more than we will need probably until we stop playing on this server. So I'm actually thinking of using these shulkers to build a mob switch out here in the unloaded chunks, and then tearing this thing down, because it's not decorated at all. This is just the farm as described, because we didn't build an island for it. We just built a farm, and I mean it's fine. I don't mind it there. It's just that if we're never going to use it again, then it's just unnecessary to have it floating around. This island is not finished either. Again, back of the base. So I started terraforming this with lakes, waterfalls, rivers. It's supposed to be more terraformed down here with gravel and dirt and stuff, so it's not entirely green. And the river is supposed to flow here as well, and over to here. And this entire thing up here was supposed to be a village with smaller houses next to the temple, and then letting the villagers just roam around. Since we're on a mushroom island, we won't have mob spawns here, so they should be fine. And as you might be able to tell, I've also turned off the screaming vampire bats. Also children, and I don't like them. I mean, they're not really, I think that's the problem with them. They're not really difficult at all. They're just annoying. Like, the only thing they do is force you to quit building and go and sleep to pass the night, so they disappear, and then you can do it again for 3 days. And since they're also individual, it means that the next night probably Draiken is going to spawn them instead, and he's gonna have to go sleep. So it's just, I don't know, they do not add anything positive to the game in my world. And it's probably one of the worst things that Mambo Jumbo has ever done in his entire Minecraft career, is to vote for these freaking things. Anyway, we turned them off, mostly for the kids, but also no joy anyway. So small houses, more terraforming. The outside is fine, but very, very plain. I would like to do something with it. This island is designed, but not in creative. It was principally designed in my head. I knew what I wanted to do with it, and then I just built it off of some math on paper, because it needed to be big enough to envelop the machine inside of it. So basically I just calculated how big that layer had to be, and then went down from there to get where I should start, and then built up from the bottom up. Took an enormous amount of quartz to do this. We have a piglin bartering farm, which I had to AFK several times. I thought I had enough quartz to finish it, and then you get like a third of the way you thought you were going to get, or get a third of the rest finished before you ran out again. Then I had to AFK it overnight. It's a gold farm on top and a bartering farm underneath, and it's Nembon's gold farm design. And is it Logical Geek Boy? I think it's Logical Geek Boy's bartering farm. It's a very nice design. I mean, it's simple, didn't need anything overpowered. Although, in retrospect, a few more trading cells probably wouldn't have hurt. We only have 24 piglins, so not enough quartz. I also haven't gotten around to changing any of these over to masons, which is the other way of getting quartz. The problem is I'm the only one trading with these guys. Well, not trading, but I'm the only one getting them to the trades we want, which means I've spent so many hours here trying to get the right books. And it's not all that much fun, so I've not done it more than I absolutely have to. I'm streaming.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, that's fine.
That I'm quiet?
Yes, but you're not. You're talking. So that's Kim, one of my children. It's this island with the Empire State Building on. Sorry, Empire State Building.
Can you show them my new house? It's a bit better.
Yeah, but it's very far away, and FreeCam doesn't render entities when they're too far away, so I don't know if it's going to render.
No.
Yeah, it did. It rendered your shelters. So this is the new base that he built with a very nice aquarium. And yeah, it's it's a glass. Are you going to have another beacon, or?
I don't know. I was like too.
You were too.
What is it called?
I don't know. Say it in Swedish and I can translate.
Lot.
Too lazy.
Lazy. I think it was busy. Where is my turtles? Didn't they render?
No, I think they're just out of render distance.
Yeah. And I have an axolotl in
yeah, no, we have axolotls there. You have dogs in here somewhere as well. No?
I have the dogs in. I have 1 million dogs in the other
Oh
base.
yeah, right. They moved. That's true.
Yeah. Oh.
Anyway, this is his design. It's designed and built all on his own.
Yeah. I am pretty proud because I am I think I'm a terrible builder.
That's not true. It's just you have a lot to live up to.
Yeah.
I think it's nice. I mean, you don't get good when you get born, right? You have to practice.
Yeah, I think it's still really funny that I think that your crown is like a giant jelly.
Yeah, you think it looks like jelly?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's pretty.
Yeah, it's nice.
Why? You have like full 2 armor stands with full enchanted netherite gear. Like, who does that? It's
this is very annoying to him that I have 2 full netherite sets.
Yeah, I want them.
You know the part where you were going to be quiet? That's not going too well, is it?
No, that's true.
It took a long time to get all of the netherite, of course, but it's just grinding. Did try both the bed technique and just mining next to a chunk border. I think that mining next to a chunk border might actually be more efficient when it comes to ancient debris per hour, but I don't know if it's as fun, and also if you're not on point with either your pick or fire res, you're gonna end up in lava a lot. I ended up just ignoring the lava and digging into the floor. So usually you dig around and you get a lava pocket, and when you see the lava you just dig in the floor to get a hole where it flows, and then you can go around it. So it's not too bad, but if you can't do that, you're gonna burn yourself a lot. I have to take a break. So I'm gonna stand on my bed and I'm going to go downstairs and walk the dogs together with Kim.
And feed
then
the
I'll be back.
dogs.
No, Malin's already done. So it's fine.
Okay.
See you all in a little bit. Let's do this.
I will be right back.
Or actually, we can just put it here.
Vad är det? Är det din chatt eller vad?
Mhm. Ja.
Jag vill prata om sådant.
And we are back. Still no Draiken. So we talked about what to do. I think maybe placing sand is something we could do. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to check this right now, actually. Just bear with me, or skip ahead if you're watching the replay. Because my frame rate is usually pretty good. It's around 75, 80. It's completely playable. Right now it's idling at 30, 20 to 30. Okay. Stand up. Well, I mean, I guess one option is simply to do this, right? Video settings. Oh. Why no resolution? Don't you have resolution? UK. That was. This then. Oh, maybe I shouldn't change this on the fly actually. I was going to change the screen resolution, but I have no idea how OBS or the stream will react to that, so maybe I'll leave that until another time. Just have to power through with the current frame problems. And let's see. Once I'm switching windows on my other screen. Yeah, should be it. Right, we wanted sand, and I think I actually dropped them in. No, I only dropped one in there. It's fair enough. So this is the main storage. You can, of course, just drop everything in through the input chest up there. But if I only have a little bit, I usually don't. Just put it in by hand instead. Down by the sand barriers where we are going to be working, it's technically not a mushroom island. It's, I believe, warm ocean, lukewarm ocean, something like that. Anyway, mob spawns. So have to be a bit bit more careful when working down here than I would be otherwise. And had shulkers here before actually, so this should be familiar. I also have, I'm going to show that at some point, I also have a very, very interesting problem with our end. I have like chunks that aren't processing entities at all. So we have a sand duper, or I guess gravity block duper, that works in 2 of the 4 directions, but not the other 2. And in the chunks where the other 2 collection points are supposed to be, nothing gets processed. So if I place a water source, it won't flow. It will just stay. Oh, right. It's we have the Mariana Trench down here. That's why it took a lot of sand. And there were some other things that I checked. Yeah, bubble columns don't activate, so you can't use bubble columns. You can't use water channels. It's like really weird, and it like hoppers don't pick up blocks. Like no processing like that is done at all. So 2 of the 4 collection points are just broken, and while I technically could fix them by just allowing the blocks to fall outside of that chunk into the next chunk that works, I would very much like to fix the chunks, and I don't really want to reset them. I mean, I will in the end if I can't find a solution, but if I do, I lose part of the build there. I guess that build isn't amazing, so it's not like a huge sacrifice, but it's building over the void, which I hate. So I would like to avoid it if at all possible. So if you've had, did I see a drone here? What's that? Oh, it's a close width, never mind. So if you know of anything like this, I actually did ask in a few discords, and they wanted to see pics or GTF I guess, but I didn't have pics, and I was going to record video of it, but might still record video of it, but I haven't gotten around to it yet, so no one knew what it was straight up anyway, and I asked on Psycraft and Logical Geek Boys Discord as well, I think. So, I mean, at least the Psycraft people, I'm pretty sure that several of them do know what it is, but it's always the question of having the right person read your message, I guess. Oh, really? Did do a lot of sand mining in the last version, so we're running 1.18.2 on the server now. And the world was created in 1.17. So in 1.17, I did a lot of sand mining in a desert that was pretty close to where we are now. Because I was draining an ocean monument, needed tons and tons of sand for the water. So I did lots and lots of sand mining due to that. Most of that's gone now because we smelted it into glass. And then after that, we did the gravity block duper because it was boring, and then we upgraded to 1.18, and of course we regenerated most of the world. Basically we just saved the chunks with builds and reset everything else. So we saved the main mushroom island and reset everything around it, and now we are in like the frozen north. I'm not kidding. Like if you fly around here, it's thousands of blocks before you get to anything but icebergs, frozen tundra, etc., and ice spikes biomes. It's ridiculous. It's just cold biomes for miles. So the closest desert now, I think we are at minus 1100, minus 1700-ish, wild spawn. And I think the closest desert to where we are is like minus 8,000 or something. So almost straight north. So it's, yeah, it's not convenient if you need lots of sand. We also have a black ink farm over there. Just happened to be a good place for it. We did the one with water pillars, lots of fence gates. So you basically get water pillars standing one block apart. So you have the squid spawn inside of the water pillars. And they fall down onto magma blocks, and then you have minecarts underneath picking it up. We did try, I think it's Raceworks, we did try the one with axolotls, but while they did attack some squids occasionally, they did lose interest very quickly. So it didn't really generate nearly enough ink to be a feasible farm at all. Like, you would have been better off just killing the squid yourself. So we pivoted and changed approach to the other kind of farm, which works fine. Like, it's not insane or anything, but I mean, it's productive. To the point where I needed, for the Starry Sky in the castle, I needed both black concrete and black glass, quite a lot of both. And we got all of that from that squid farm. In, I won't say short order, but like not annoyingly long order. So I'm looking straight up now. You can see we are just underneath the corner of the industrial island with the tree farm and bone meal farm. That's the shulker farm, and the shulker farm is right over that mini island over there. Was that a fence gate? Why is there a fence gate? This is the interesting thing with having children on the server. Like, why is there a fence gate here? Or sorry, fence post, not fence gate. And this looks suspiciously like someone had a creeper incident. I think it was Kim, actually. I guess he told me. It's I started building these walls a long time ago. So
it was me that ignited it.
They've been here for a while. It's always a bad idea leaving builds half finished for a long time. Something will always go wrong if you wait long enough. Oops. Come back. This is super annoying. Like, if you stand on the very edge and the block, when you first place the block, it counts as a legitimate block for a split second, and then it becomes a gravity block. And what it does is, if you're standing right on the edge, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, if you stand on the edge pressing back, so you're like trying to walk off the edge, in the split second that you place the block, it's actually moving you onto that block. Like, it moves you nothing, but, well, I guess it moves you some part of a pixel, but it moves you enough so that your center of mass is over the edge onto the next block, and that's why you fall off. So if you're doing this, remember to let go of S when you... Oh, I did let go of S. Well, I guess you don't even have to press S then. Yeah, I guess stand 1 pixel from the edge, which is easier said than done. You should fix this. I mean, they have Swift Sneak coming in 1.19, which I'm looking forward to immensely. Being able to sneak quickly when you're sneaking and placing blocks will be amazing for us builders. And if you don't know why, it's because you will be able to place very large floors in particular. You usually do that by walking along an edge and placing several blocks. Like 2 more rows next to you is common, for example. And if you have Swift Sneak, and I mean, if you do that and you have a beacon, that's good, because the speed from the beacon will make you sneak quicker. But if you have Swift Sneak on, it would be even better, because then it would basically move the same speed as walking, but without the risk of falling off the edge. And this is something I didn't know, so when I started building. So let me tell all of you that do not know now, if you hold shift when you're walking, you sneak. Well, you've surely seen people do this, right? And when you do this, if I walk now, I won't fall off the edge. You see, I'm just moving along the edge. And that's because I'm sneaking. If I don't do that, I will obviously just fall off. But I didn't know that for the longest time. So when I looked at people building, it always looked like magic how they could have so great control that they were standing on the very edge of whatever they were building without falling off. And I was looking forward to the day when I would have the same confidence building a bridge over the void like that. And then my brother, who had played Minecraft before me, told me that you can press shift and you won't fall off the edge. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm less impressed now, but it's a good thing to know. It's interesting because several of these things, like the simplest tricks, like this sneak thing and lots of other things that I've picked up by now, they're never mentioned because everyone who's been playing for a while assumes that everyone knows them, right? Because you do learn them sooner or later, and they become second nature. So I don't really think about it that much anymore. I just sneak not to fall off, but I build a lot, so I have it very like in the front of my mind. But when you watch streamers or just people who make Minecraft videos in general, unless it's a basics to Minecraft tutorial style video, they usually don't mention that. And I think that's a shame, because I didn't watch a lot of... Well, I started watching YouTube videos like Hermitcraft, etc. before I played. And I didn't really watch a lot of Welcome to Minecraft tutorial style videos. And the same goes for things like which mods people are using, both to change the game but also in the UI. You can see the coordinates in the middle of my screen at the bottom. That's the same mod pack or data pack that some of the hermits use. It's on Vanilla Tweaks, and it's pretty good. I mean, it shows you what you need, and it's in bold letters in the middle of my screen, so I don't miss it. But other things like I watch a lot of Ilmango stuff. Well, that's not true. I watch everything Ilmango does. If Ilmango did like a 2-hour video where he just talked about his training regime, I would probably watch that too. He has a very soothing voice. But they use a lot of mods like that I also have now, like this. I mean, you've seen it in the videos, right? Do you know what it does? It's the offset placement thing, which is great. But if you don't know how they got that, it's very difficult to install it yourself. So that's Tweakeroo is the mod. The guy who makes it, his handle is Masa. he makes a lot of mods. He makes the Tweakeroo mod, and he makes Lightmatica, which is the main one I use for drawings or blueprints. And which more? He does 3 at least that we use. So we always have to wait for him to catch up when a new version comes out, because he's basically alone on those mods. Anyway, I also use MiniHUD. I don't think that's his, but I'm not sure. Which is the spawn spheres. Let me show you. You can do this, set here, and then I have to turn the renderer on. So this, I guess you've seen in some videos, this spawn sphere, which is the best one, in my opinion at least. I mean, there is a vanilla tweaks data pack that does spawn spheres as well, but they create kind of points with the help of invisible armor stands in a sphere around you. And I mean, it kind of works, but here you can see every block that's included or excluded from the sphere, which is great. So that's from MiniHUD, is the mod that you can get that from. And you see people using these all the time, and you don't really know what it is, and they never mention it. And I also don't like people not listing those things in the description of the videos, because how am I supposed to know? Like, how do I find out what you were using in that video? And it's also been a great frustration when Kim, my son, he watches lots of modded Minecraft videos, and then he wants to play the same mods, and they almost never tell you which mod pack they're using, and they don't link to it, etc. So it's really difficult to recreate things or recreate an experience if you don't know what the people were using. And we're bathing. Clothes were just beginning to dry from last time. That's 2. We have 3 more. All of them are. Yeah, they're all going to. So this is the abyss. There is a chasm that we have to fill with sand. Well, I guess we could theoretically ignore it, but since we're going to have to empty it out of water before we can nuke our way to bedrock, might as well drain it now. Hold on a second. Kim's running out of charge on his mobile phone.
Yeah, that's really shitty.
No, it's really annoying.
Yeah, annoying.
And that one.
And that one charged my phone?
Yeah. If you plug it into there, for example. Hopefully not ruining anything. Where did you press that button?
Which button?
And that's a button. Is that not? Oh, well, yeah, that's full. We can't put it there. That's a button. So that's a one-time password. There you go, everyone. Fortunately, you have no idea what my accounts are, and by now it's timed out anyway. Stream delay saving us again. Was expecting Draiken to join a bit later today, but this is 2 hours, more than 2 hours later than we normally start. And I was going for lunch with family. So you said it was going to be a bit later today. I just need someone else to talk for a while. My mouth is running dry. Should probably make a welcome to my channel video with a better version of the intro to all of the islands that I gave here. Because I guess most of the content here will be related to together in one way or another. It's difficult. I need to make a channel banner, I guess. Well, before I choose a thumbnail for this video, it will have the channel banner as its thumbnail, I guess, because I noticed that the test streams did get that. And I'm going to be the first to admit that the channel banner is not great. Oh, well, if I could press the right buttons, that would definitely help. But when I set the channel up, I didn't have a lot of time, and I still haven't had enough time to sit down and do that. But I should do that, and welcome video. So at least it's like the waiting room is well furnished. And let's bring a bed. It's probably going to be at least another night. No. It's not as bad as the from the original Minecraft character, at least. Those who know. Yeah, this is like, you use a lot of sand when you're doing this. Hopefully we have enough to finish these. The cobblestone thingy over there is the entrance to the skeleton farm, which was the original like XP farm. When I started, I found the skeleton spawner and built a simple farm around it. No one's designed. Well, it's not true, but I didn't reference anyone's. I think I saw it used by Wattles first. But I've also seen like Sumovoid using the same design. So it's not really anyone's, I think. Maybe it's even, if you look in the Minecraft wiki, sometimes they have farm designs that are in quotes official, or I guess contributed by community. And this looks to be one of those. It's the simple but functional version. Now we have an Ender, which is of Nembon design, of course, because why wouldn't it be? I don't really get why people build the huge falling tower thingies. Lots of people still do, and I guess one plus would be that they are damaged, so you can kill them quicker, I guess, one stroke. But once you start hitting them, you still get like, so throughput isn't the problem with an Enderman farm. Like, you will definitely kill more Endermen than you're able to suck up XP for anyway. So you don't really need the fall damage from the tower to hurt the Enderman. The only thing you're saving is 2 initial strokes with your sharpness 5 sweeping edge sword. Because after those 2 swipes, you have already damaged at least half of the Enderman in the mini Ender. And after that, it's just a steady flow of XP that you will not have time to absorb anyway. So you're saving very little time each time you use it, and the build time for that construction is a lot longer, and I would also think scarier than building the mini ender. So the mini ender is you build it on Y0. It's a relatively small platform, spawning platform, and you build it like 256 blocks from the main island in the end, which means that the only thing that spawns there are endermen, and the limited amount of spawning spaces doesn't really matter because you're at Y0 anyway, so the spawn rates are insane, and that way you don't have to build anything big. You only have to build a tiny little thing to get all of the endermen you could ever need, and lots more ender pearls than you'll ever need, because that's one of the problems with that farm. If you don't block all of the slots in your inventory when you go there, you will end up with an inventory full of ender pearls. But I mean, you can always chuck them into the end when you leave. It's not really a problem. But building the large spawning platform, which is so total spawns in a farm is dependent on the size of the spawning platform times, so the number of spawning spaces times the rate at which mobs spawn, right? And the trade-off is that if you have a larger spawning platform, you can build it higher up because you will get slower spawn rates, but you have more blocks that can spawn, so you will end up with the same number of spawns. This is, for example, true with the gold farm that Nembon designed. It has few spawning spaces comparatively to other gold farms, but they're like mathematically calculated to clear spawning spaces as quickly as possible, or mob cap as quickly as possible, because the other limiting factor is that if the mob cap is full, nothing will spawn, right? So once you have spawns in your spawning spaces, you want to clear those spawns as quickly as possible, which is why Nembon's farm is great. It's mathematically calculated to have like the shortest distance from any spawning space to the center fall chute, making it look a bit like an 8, a small 8, or like the waist of the 8 is very thick. So if you have an 8 and you push the circles into each other more and more, kind of like that. So about the Enderman farms, the normal Enderman farms that you see people build with a large platform and then a fall chute, since you have the fall chute, and I'm assuming that's built to leave them with 1 HP or something like that, it means you build it quite high up, because you need to drop them something like, I don't know, you start to take damage at, I know in the skeleton farm it's 20 something, 26, 24, something like that. So you need, and I think Endermen have more health, so you need to build them, say, like 30-ish plus blocks up. So even if you have more spawning spaces, the spawns decrease like exponentially. No, that's not logarithmically, I guess. Well, the inverse of an exponent, which I guess should be a logarithm, right? So they start out unreasonably high at y0, and then they drop really quickly at y1 and 2, and then they have a long tail over the rest of the y values. So basically, if there is a spawning spot at y0, it's worth a lot more than a spawning spot at even y1. So that's why it doesn't make any sense to build a larger platform at y30 plus instead of building a small platform at y0, because the increased spawn rate at y0 means you barely need any blocks. And I don't remember the size of the spawning platform exactly, but it's something like 12 times 5, something like that. Like, it's small, seriously small. Go check out Nemon's mini ender. And it's an easy early game build for a decent XP farm. I know it's not the best. We are working on another Nembon design. I mean, he's basically the professor of Minecraft farms. He did a video a while back. It was after copper, I know, because he used copper as decoration. So not too long ago, but not super recent, where he built a Guardian farm using the nether side of the Guardian farm as a buffer. So basically, again, with clearing spawns, he's pushing all of the spawns into the nether, which clears the mob caps on the overworld side, allowing more more spawns. And then he uses powdered snow to slow them down on the nether side, so they fall really slowly through that fall chute. And at the bottom, they go through another portal to land in front of the player, which is AFKing in a cave underneath. So you have to do some caving, lighting up caves, which is 1- with this design. But the point is that you can stack up like 600 or something guardians on the nether side before they start coming out the bottom, and hence filling up the overworld mob cap and stopping spawns in the overworld. So when they do exit, you get like 600 guardians dropping into a pile in front of you. And guardians, so sucking up XP, you do that by ingesting the XP orbs, and you can only ingest 1 XP orb every tick, second, something, every tiny unit. And that's regardless of the size of the XP orb. So you will ingest XP orbs of size 1 just as fast as XP orbs of size 5, is it? That's the bigger one. And if I remember correctly, Endermen give you like a 3 and a 1 and a 1 or something like that. And Guardians give you a 5 and a 2 or a 5 and a 3, something like that. So they give you fewer XP orbs, and they also give you overall more XP, which means that it is the most efficient source of XP in the game when you're building an XP farm. So what he did is that he creates this pool, in quotes, of 600 or 300, don't remember, I think it was 600 guardians in front of you, and then you throw a poison potion at them, or harming, I don't know which actually, I guess harming, because poison doesn't kill them, and then they all die at the same time. And you can just turn around and start enchanting, which is normally what you use the XP for, right? And you will have this cloud of XP orbs around you that you're absorbing very rapidly to replenish your levels when you want to stay under like level 30 or lower as much as possible when enchanting, because it costs more and more XP to get higher and higher levels, and you don't really need more than like 26 XP or something if you do your enchanting properly and stack the books before you apply them to the item. So you want to stay under level 30 if you can. So instead of AFKing until you have 600 levels, you would just kill a batch of the fish and then go enchant. And when your XP orbs run out, which will take a long time, you will already have a new batch of guardians in the holding trough. So you can just throw another of your farming potions and kill them all and get a new batch of XP orbs. Which, comparative to how Endermen work, is you have to grind for a lot longer to get the cloud of XP. You will gain levels from the XP orbs more slowly because the orbs are worth less. And it will also take you longer to ingest the XP orbs. So overall, a better source of enchantment XP. So we're working on it. We built the overworld side. I cleared an ocean monument on my own, which I do not recommend. It's, well, I wouldn't say that. If you like grinding, it's fine. It's that's just the point, right? It's boring, as in you're doing the same thing. Videos on the other screen, and yeah, let it rip. I used Ilmango's sand pushers, one of the designs, to get the channels like we're doing now. I didn't do it this way. I used the sand pusher designs. It's a tight race. I'm not sure that you win a lot in time by building the sand pushers. But if you enjoy making machines more than doing this that I'm doing right now, it's preferable, because you make the machine, that's the work, and then you AFK basically just placing sand blocks in front of a piston until you have built that entire wall across, and then you move the machine between 4 and 6 blocks, depending on how wide a channel you want, or 5 to 7 blocks, I guess, to get a 4 to 6 blocks wide water channel, and then you go again. So if you're like me and you want to be able to watch something on the other screen, I guess the machine way is better, because you can spend a couple of minutes building the machine, and then you can spend the AFK portion, in quotes, watching a YouTube video. Okay, so that's all of the sand for now. I think I'm going to have to build another wall outside of this. Oops. Let's go flying a bit, shall we? This is good to get perspective quickly. It's even FreeCam is quicker than creative fly mode. So if you need to get up and see something from a higher vantage point, FreeCam is amazing. And it also has like no clip on by default, which you, with Carpet at least, you can configure the creative fly mode to have no clip, but it does not by default. So we're probably going to do the island in swatches. So we're trying to clear this part first, because there are no builds here. The problem with this part is that's a slime jumping castle, that's a roller coaster, that's, I don't know. There's a prison, there's house-ish. There is something that's a TNT cannon.
Can you show them my entrance?
And so on and so on. So there are a lot of builds here that we want to preserve for now, at least, or that needs to be dismantled by whoever built them. So the first part would be chopping this part off and blowing this thing up, and also underneath my island we can remove. I think I might do that by hand with just beacon and conduit combination. Guess if you build one in each corner, that would work. Ew, wait, I have a message. Let me get back to you. Yeah, Draiken says he's joining soon. Yeah, so the question is, do I have to build another wall outside of this? This might be a good time for... I mean, I guess what you could do is dig a trench to the bottom manually, and then remove this wall, letting the water fall down to the bottom. And since you have dug that channel manually, it will not... it won't cover any blocks, so it won't protect any blocks from the TNT. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to do that if you have a 2-block wide trench all the way to bedrock. That should do it, right? Anyway, I'll try that out in creative and make sure. So the only risk is if you have other blocks like this, you remove this, you'll get a waterfall falling down here, And I'm not sure how the water will react if I remove this block. Would it flow over into that space? Which you can solve by leaving this space empty and having the wall here, like the natural wall here instead. In that case, you would get the waterfall in this space, and you would have an air space in front of whatever you blow up later with the TNT dupers. So that should work. But I mean, if you can do it just one wide, that's better. Less mining. Also warning that I'm not 100% sure that I can hear Discord. If I can't, I'll have to do something about my audio setup before. Well, I can check now actually. Where's the audio, video and audio? There. Output device. Yes, I want that, and that should go there. Yeah, well, it should work. We'll find out. Yes, I guess now it's just you, me, and a million sponges then. Yes. Sponge. We also left my gear chest somewhere. Let me just thank you. Always carry the silky pick. That's the rule. Rip ender chest. So this can go there. Oh, I have a diamond. Let's away these things. Yeah, should be good to go. And I'm gonna start. Well, I could just start here, I guess. Hi. Okay. Sweden in general, kind of, but it's like a family holiday, like all of the in quotes religious holidays, just a family holiday. Just so you know, I'm streaming. I have 0 viewers right now, but it's going to be saved for posterity as the first stream ever. Messing up. Provisionally, yes. I don't know. I'm gonna watch the stream back later and see how it turned out. I'm in the trench again, moving water. Yes. No, what? Oh yeah, maybe that's it. Well, I managed to leave my gear chest somewhere. I think it's in main storage in front of the ender chest there, but I'm not sure. Just noticed that I didn't have it. Luckily, I had another diamond hoe lying around in my ender chest. So I'm off. I placed the rest of the sand for the walls that were missing, and I just started removing water. Yeah, and I also removed all of the walls for the part we did last week. I can see you. Okay, bad one. Yeah, hey, at least you can go out, right? Messy water mechanics. We were outside today with the kids on the rocks. We have like not cliffs, because cliff kind of denotes something that's a steep drop, and these are very flat. But we have a lot of flat, rocky terrain right behind the house. And today, I think that the North Atlantic Oscillation finally decided to oscillate back to the north. So we've actually had spring weather today. It's not really for the first time this year, because we did have it once before, then it just went away. So it was nice. The kids, there are some puddles up there. They are like, it's flat rocks, it rains, and the water collects in the crevices. But the kids thought that those were good places to bathe in like a decimeter of water. So they all stripped naked and had their first like outside bath in that muddy little yeah, anyway. It's nice that they want to do those things, even though it's a bit weird. Let's see, do I have 62? Yeah, I do. I haven't lost any. Wow. I found out finally that I'm not getting a contract extension. This no, I know now that it's not. But well, I mean, officially they haven't said that I would get an extension, right? But as things are in the company right now, it was quite obvious to everyone that I work with that since the other developer in that team is leaving, and he's leaving because he was hired as a Go developer, right? But he doesn't get to do any Go. So, surprise, he doesn't want to stay. Which is exactly what I said would happen. So I'm not surprised in the slightest that that's what's happening. But it means that they. Oh no, I lost a sponge. Stupid sponges. S3 and B, thank you. Oh, there, I see it. So everyone in my team and everyone working with like the product part, they all agree that they need to give me an extension so that they can keep producing anything, right? Because with me gone in 2 weeks, they will have 0 backend developers on that team. And it's going to be really hard for them to produce anything without any backend developers. So, and I mean, they haven't managed to hire the people that they need, which means that they can use their salaries to do other things like pay contractors. But despite quite a lot of pressure from my...
8:45 älskling. Varför tittar du? Jag tror att du ska titta på det vad Jonas tittar.
Vi kom överens när vi gick om att jag fick spela det här om jag var tyst.
Men hur länge till ska du sitta då?
Inte.
Har du koll på tiden?
Nej.
Nej, hon är 8:45 Gummi.
Ja. Betyder det att jag behöver gå ner?
Det är korrekt. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows that they need to get more resources, and they're not hiring more resources right now. So how are they going to keep up any kind of like development pace? But anyway, despite pressure from my technical manager and PM, they decided against it. You know how it works with budgets, right? They have budgeted for X backend developers, but since they decided not to have contractors, they've budgeted for X backend developers as employees. And even if they can't find those, they can't use that money for anything else, because in the budget it says that it's for employees, and I'm not an employee. So, you know, always thinking of what's best for the company and adapting well to changes in reality. No, seriously, what's with water today? It's stealing your sponges. Ah, poor dolphin. Yeah, anyway, so I mean it's the same flexibility in budgeting as usual. I'm not surprised, but I mean it's still exasperating when you work to do something good, and this kind of bureaucracy is what ruins it in the end. It's like, no, that money has to stay in that account for next budget round. Anyway, I'll have things to do at like internally anyway. We have one project that we are probably going to land. At least we're doing like pre-study work, paid pre-study work for a couple of weeks now on it. So it looks very likely that we're going to get to do it. And in that case, that will start in a month, maybe. There is a thing attacking you. It's a drowned. Did it throw a trident at you? A black bug. Huh? Aha, was it an endermite? Did you use ender pearls? When you use ender pearls, you can spawn endermites, and they will attack you. Didn't sound like it because you were taking suffocation damage. I could hear it. It's you have to do the surgeon's tactic where you actually count your sponges. Good. Oh, of course. Now you know how fun it is to get more sponges. Well, I guess it wasn't too bad, actually. I could always go find a few more. Just that I knew where that one was. I have like the Mariana Trench on my side. It's really, really, really deep. And when when you break the sponges, they fall down for, I don't know, a long while. So my sponges disappear into that trench. And then I have to dive after them to try and find them in the dark. Okay. Was it a good place this time, or a nice place? Oh, push it into the water. Okay, make a hole and give him some water. You know, Grim tried to give you a dolphin, right? He spent many attempts trying to capture a dolphin. It suffocated in blocks and despawned, and he was really sad. Tried to give you a dolphin. I'm sorry. Is it responding at all? And continue killing the dolphins. It's you and the tuna trawlers. Oh, I think you can leash dolphins. So you could just leash it and pull it to the sea. Put a lead on it. Put it on a leash. Yeah. This clearing water business is not my favorite thing. Annoying. Yeah, anyway, I'm hoping to get some time to spend on our internal projects, because we have lots of things to do, but we never have time to work on them. You know how it is. You only do the bare minimum because you never have time to do it properly. It would kind of be nice to get to do it properly. Some of these tools are used a lot, but not really well maintained. I mean, they work fine, but don't really have time to do all of the refactoring and stuff that you would like. Uh-huh. How long have they worked on it? Yeah. Well, at least that way no one's getting surprised when it fails, right? Uh-huh. Sounds like fun. Uh-huh. Yeah. Why? Then it's not a surprise, is it? I can't troll you if I warn you first. I have to practice. I'm a streamer now. I have to do mean things to my friends in Minecraft. It's in the rules. Yeah, exactly. I have 19 sponges. Hold on. Yeah, and I mean the dev in my team, he had 2 weeks notice. So this team is really interesting. I got in there, what is it, like 6 weeks ago? I got moved over. And the only other dev in that team then, or backend dev, was the guy that's leaving now. And he had recently joined the team as well, taking over from the developer who had been alone in that team, refactoring a major piece of the application, like building a completely new scheduler for all of the like patient activities. And that scheduler wasn't done when he resigned, also due to how badly they're managing the tech team, right? So Johannes got brought in to take over from Oscar that left. But I mean, they didn't really have time to do a proper handover either, because I think Oscar only had a month. Or if they couldn't get Johannes to join him quickly after he told them he was leaving, something like that. So he didn't really know how the scheduler worked before, or how the new one was supposed to work, or anything basically. So he felt that they basically just dropped him in deep water and left him there and said like, yeah, well, learn to swim basically. And also he's polyglot, but I mean he joined to be a Go dev, so he hasn't done Ruby and Rails before at all, if I understand it correctly. So that's nice, right? And this code base isn't really junior friendly because it's full of cruft, of course, because it's old, and like they've tried to migrate towards a better way of doing things, which I think is, I mean, they're doing the right things. It's just that every time they changed how they were doing things, they didn't go back to the beginning, right, and rewrite all of the code they already had, obviously, which means that I have quick placement on, don't I? Oh, this is why I turned it off. Hold on, I need to trigger stuff here. CH toggle. Chords HUD has been toggled off. Yeah, thank you. And now I can see off. Good. Sorry, got distracted there for a bit. Yeah, so since they haven't gone back and fixed things when they decided to do it a new way, there are lots of old code still in the code base, like doing it the old way. And that means that when you get into the code base, things are done in like 3 or 4 different ways at least on a macro level. And then you also have a fair amount of siloing where we don't do any like architecture or design together. So it's basically up to each team to solve their own problems, which means that similar problems are solved differently in different pieces of the application. And I mean, those general kinds of things, which makes it super easy and nice to work in the code base. So that's what they dropped him in alone. Not really a good thing. Yeah, and then now I'm supposed to take over from him with basically 0 handover because he didn't really have any handover before he left. And we're supposed to launch a new treatment area like soon, which we are working on, and none of the process around how you do that from a back-end perspective is documented anywhere. So it's just been the same people have always done it, right? So they didn't need to document anything because they always did it. It's just that none of them are there now, so now they can't. And I did some video uploads, so they have exercises and they have videos showing the exercises, so the patients know what to do, which is good, and no problems so far. And those videos are produced by some external like video production company, and they dump them into some folder structure in Google Drive that they use internally. And if you want to, the processing jobs are done on AWS. So you need to get all of the source videos from the video production company's folders on Drive into the Drive folder structure of the company, and then you need to sync that to your local Drive so you can upload them to an S3 bucket and start the processing job. I mean, you could do this differently, of course, but that is the documented procedure is this. It's like, so do you want me to spend 2 days copying files between like cloud service providers? That's I'm a fairly expensive external consultant. You don't have a lot of money, but this is what you want me to do. Okay, good. I'll do that then. That seems good. And that no, but I have a Jira ticket assigned to me. I think that's enough. And then the next step is like, okay, now the videos are all transcoded and done, right? Good. And then next step, they use phrase for translations. So then you need to get the video URLs on AWS that got produced by the conversion job into the correct keys in phrase. So they have like a exercise 5 video URL key in phrase, and that's supposed to contain the actual AWS URL for that exercise video. Also not complicated, but also not something that you would necessarily assign to a backend developer at all, because I mean this doesn't require any specific technical competency at all. Like anyone can do this. And the information about which keys exist, etc., is kept in a Google Sheet. So then you have to go to, from the Google Sheet, you need to find all of the keys that the Google Sheet mentions. Wow, I'm missing. Oh, they're all there. Never mind. I had forgotten some on the edge. So you have to find all of the keys and like copy paste them into a job in phrase translation branch. And then you have to fill in all of the keys, get that branch pulled into the source, create a sandbox from the branch of your source based on the branch in phrase so that someone can QA it and make sure everything works. And then you can upload it. So basically I spent a week doing these kinds of things. And as a developer, when you do these tasks, you notice one thing very clearly, and that is that all of them can be replaced by a very small shell script. It's like automating these tasks isn't hard and it wouldn't actually take very long. You would, if you did that, I would say if we had done that once, like this time, it would have taken marginally longer than doing it by hand this time. And all of the future times would be for free, right? But instead of letting us like go back and fix the procedure, instead you do all of this. And it's the fear of not fear of change per se, but fear of the scope of the changes. It's like, yeah, okay, we know we can automate this, but we know we can do the manual process in a week, and we can't afford you potentially getting stuck implementing some fancy automation stuff for it, right? So that's why they do it manually for the like 4th or 5th time now, adding these things this way. So by now they would have saved a lot of time and hence money if they had just automated this the first time. It's such short-sighted planning. They did. It's a good thing to, and I mean, I wouldn't, if they had overcapacity, I wouldn't mind either. Like if they had backend developers basically without work, not having things to do, then fine. I mean, let them do this then. They can do it as well as anyone else. And if you don't have backend tasks for them to do, sure. But on the other hand, they have lots of backend tasks that needs doing, and not directly related to this, like this treatment release. And that's the problem. Like they have to spend all of the resources they have on this one thing right now. And that means a very poor allocation of resources and capital comparatively to what they could do if they had a wider perspective, like not focusing 100% on now. Yeah, I mean, sure, but they should care, right? It's their job. That's what they get paid to do. Uh-huh. Okay. It's because our entire economy is based around the myth that we have a perpetual 3% growth of the economy, right? Or they get their bonuses anyway, so they don't care. Ah, that's the best way of building a product, I hear. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. And not reinventing, inventing it for the first time. Wow, these... My sponges are stuck at the bottom. I only have 61. I'm missing one. No. I also lost a sponge. F3 and B will help you. I legit lost one. That's not funny. That's... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, it should be here somewhere, right? Like, it hasn't been 5 minutes. Yeah, that's like you always lose them in the end, but you have to try to make it last for as long as possible. So weird. I've been through both of the places that I have used them now. I can't see them. Acceptable losses. Oh, seriously? that was not good. I was gonna walk, but now I'll fly instead. Okay. Interesting. What is that, maintenance? Oh, yeah, that sounds like something you want. And we all know that the best way of making sure that engineers don't make mistakes is letting other people pay the price for their mistakes. I'm sorry, but this is impossible. Yeah, I know. I told you it's the Mariana Trench. This is actually impossible. I'm on the nether ceiling. All right, never mind. I found it. I was gonna say, like, I had one sponge disappear, but it must have jumped over me at the start of the column because it was really far from the portal. Serverside glitches. Let's blame that for the ones we lost. Yeah, so hopefully I will get to play with Nim in the week that comes after. Well, I guess I'm there until end of April, so it's another 2-ish weeks. But then I can do fun stuff like finishing the Rest Easy gem. We built an API abstraction for Fort Knox, the Swedish QuickBooks. And when we have a working version because we use it in production for a few projects. But when we started to look at the next iteration of that product, we also started looking at things like making the REST part of it generic, because all of the the normal API plumbing will be the same regardless of service, right? So basically what we wanted to do was change or extract those pieces into their own gem, which is called REST-easy, and then base the Fort Knox API abstraction on the new gem, so we could reuse the API abstraction pieces for other APIs that we need to integrate with. I mean, you normally need to integrate with external APIs every now and then. So if we manage to do that, it would be very easy to build a new like JSON REST API integration, because all you would basically have to do is define which models, in quote, or resource representations that API has at what endpoints, and those would be mapped into plain old Ruby objects basically, and the rest, like all of the request response, authentication logic, like all of that would already be part of REST-easy, so you'd get that for free. So it would be like integrating against a simple REST API would be, a 1 hour job. Which is great for us, because then we can offer integrations against more third-party external systems without having to say, yeah, it's going to cost you, like $2,000 because you have to build a bespoke API library each time, just because it's a new API that we haven't integrated against before and it doesn't have a Ruby integration yet. So it's good for us, and it will also be a nice showcase to put on GitHub. So that's probably going to be the first thing that I do. Because we have another external consultancy that wants to use the gem, the Fort Knox one. But Fort Knox changed their authentication API, which is good because they had some kind of home-brewed crap before, and now they're doing OAuth 2 instead, which is, reasonable at least. So that's fine, but the problem is, since that didn't exist when we integrated, like the OAuth 2 part didn't exist at all, and we haven't had to change it because they're basically grandfathering in all of the current customers that use the old API. Or the old authentication, so we haven't had to update it for our current customers either, which is good for us and our customers, but bad from a gem perspective, because it means that the gem isn't actually usable by anyone new at the moment, because we don't support the OAuth 2 authentication. In REST-easy, that would just be an authentication module that you can choose. So you can choose the more common ones, like HTTP basic, token based, OAuth 2, things like that. So we were going to build an OAuth 2 module for REST-easy anyway. Now we just have to do it earlier than we thought. In a hole in the ground. Ah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I said that before, that the Mariana Trench basically eats them. They just fall to the bottom and they don't come out. Ouch. Why did you leave one? Why did you leave one? Yeah, it's... No, a trench, a water-filled trench. Ah, I see. No, it's despawned, dude, so it's fine. Yeah, there isn't a dolphin in it anymore, so either it died on land or it's despawned. It didn't die, it despawned. There's a difference. Despawning is painless. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Call back to the 90s. I have to make some more coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. You should watch the first 2 hours of my stream when you weren't here. Well, at least I get one watch then. That's good. See you in a bit.
Var är du?
Jag stängde den. Man. Did you push me off? Hello? I was standing over whatever thingy. Yes, you did. Poop sausage. Did you push me off? What do you mean, no? I was no. And there are no cats in here either. They're all yeah, sure, but they're all in bed, so I thought you did it to troll me. And it's a good thing you came back when you did that, because I was gonna get back at you by pushing you into the nether. Well, since we have gravestones, it's not that bad. Otherwise, it would be worse. All right. I was supposed to fix my sponges. They're all wet. Yeah, stood on the edge of the moss farm, or the bone meal farm. And I did stand on the very edge. But, I mean, I didn't fall. And if I didn't fall by myself, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that a wandering trader spawned. But he spawned just before, because I saw him in one of the trenches. So that seems unlikely too. I have no idea what happened. And unfortunately, I don't have replay mod running. But I guess I can watch back the stream later. Oh yeah, I mean, not impossible. Little did they know that they were being watched. Never mind anyway. I mean, it would have been worse if we didn't have graves and you get back after 10 minutes and all your stuff has despawned. That would suck. Especially now when you have netherite tools and stuff. They're a bit annoying to replace. Well, I do have 2 extra netherite armor sets. No, 3 actually. 3 extra. Yeah, and I've been mining more netherite with the game. Exactly. No, he wanted to do it as we did some mining together, and then I had boring meetings. I actually did some branch mining for netherite during my boring meetings. So I got a bit, and I needed 2 armor sets for decoration in the castle in my bedroom. So I made those, and I also made backup tools, and of course a backup armor set in your gears box. You need that for when things go horribly wrong. And then I saved some because there is another nether tree farm designed by Raceworks that uses the fact that you can move ancient debris and that ancient debris is blast resistant. So I saved some actual ancient debris, didn't smelt it, in block form. So we can use that to build that farm. If I don't get my version working better. I mean, it's working, it's just not super efficient or anything. It's actually very inefficient at the moment. It would be more fun to build something you designed yourself. Most developers' dream is to have a 9 to 5, you know. Yeah, now they're making it even easier with the the co-pilot and stuff. Have you tried it? I signed up for the beta, but I haven't gotten an invite, so. No. Yeah. It's the one that's competing with GPT-3, right? Because they have one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the variation part is the most interesting, that you can tell it to more this, less that, remove this. I, yeah. I mean, I usually have, because I look at and follow quite a lot of AI stuff. So I can usually explain it on a high level, but I mean, the problem is that most of those things, we don't know how it works, right? Like the AI researchers don't know how it works. It's just recently that we got access to the latent spaces representation model of internal state. I don't know if you've seen the face generating AIs. So basically they have been trained on thousands and thousands of faces. And you can just ask it to generate a random face. And it will do it. And it looks like a photo of a real person, but it's a person that doesn't exist. And probably. And you can get the AI has latent spaces is like the internal representation, or it's a representation of the internal representation of how the AI sees this problem. And you can visualize the latent spaces, and you can tweak the latent spaces to change the output of the model. So in the faces example, you could, for example, have a slider between male and female, and you could just slide it between those two, and it would change the face to be more or less traditionally masculine, right? Or you could have a slider for hair length, and it would change the length of the hair from long to short, or you could add beard, add glasses, things like that. And all of those things are represented in these latent spaces, and you can manipulate them. But it's a very recent development comparatively in AI research. Before then, we couldn't even see inside of the black box at all, right? Like we knew what we could train them to do, but we didn't know how they did it. So it's interesting times. No, it's just matrix multiplications. Like the math is really simple. It's just that it's over such a vast system that it's impossible to gauge. And the newer reinforced learning models, like in the old models, the ones we did in university, and we didn't do them in university because it was so long ago I went to university, but because they're the simplest ones to work on. You basically assigned input and output nodes yourself, right? You told the network what it should look at, and you told it that you wanted output. So for example, you can have rasterized images, 64 by 64 pixels. Those are your 64 by 64 input nodes. And then you have 10 outputs for all of the numbers from 0 to 9. And then you train that network on scanned digits, like from invoices or whatever. And you can train the model to recognize all of the numbers. And that network is so small that it's comparatively easy to understand what it does. Like it weighs the input nodes to the output nodes. So for a free, for example, a certain set of input nodes are usually high. And if all of those are high, it will result on a high output of the free output node. But it might also give a relatively high output of the 5 output node, because those two have several input nodes in common, right? And 8 is another one. 3 and 8 have many input nodes in common. So that's basically what it does. The problem is that when you look at these enormous models with like hundreds of billions of nodes and like hundreds of layers deep, we don't know anymore. Like we don't assign those nodes meaning. The model itself assigns those nodes meaning in a completely random process. So it makes it really hard to visualize what's happening inside of the black box. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yep. Yeah, we're talking about, because we have the clerk product, which deals with, well, it's form inputs from the start, but other things as well now. But basically, random input from unsecure sources, right? And for the form input part, we use honeypot fields. To trick the bots to fill in a field, and we know that if anything is filled into that field, it's a bot, right? But we have run into some problems there, because browsers tend to autofill a lot of those. So ours is email, because it needs to be a field that you're sure that the spam bot will know to fill, right? It might skip fields it doesn't understand. So we chose email, and it's visually hidden, so a user can't fill it, but the browser's autofill can. Because the browser will see the field, obviously. So, yeah, things like that. And even just like Chrome's autofill fields feature is a problem there. And there isn't a way to tell the browser to definitely not touch a field. And even if you could, the problem is that if you have that attribute on the field, that might also trip the spam bots, right? So as an alternative, we started to talk about using one of the email spam detector thingies, like Kismet, is it? Or Spam Assassin, because you can run those. You don't have to run those on email. You can run them manually, so to speak, on whatever messages you want. So we could use those to spam detect on these unsecured inputs as well. But that's a good target area for AI as well. A neural network can do pretty reasonable filtering here, even a minimal one. Oh really? I'm looking at blockchains. Not that I don't think I'm going to be working with them, but it's something that I need to be able to get my head around for, just like you said, just getting it as a question during an interview. It's like, yeah, how do you, I mean, it's the same there. Like, blockchains aren't magic. They're just, like, we had blockchains before. Encryption is based on blockchains. It's nothing weird. The question is, Captain Positive is riding again, eh? Well, it doesn't really run at all in that sense because they don't have smart contract capability on Bitcoin. But Ethereum isn't really fast. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how that would work. Yeah. Yeah, it's you mean the .com bubble? There's definitely a clear element of FOMO, like fear of missing out from the VC side. I agree to that. That sounds super legit. Yeah. Yep, I saw that one. Sounded about right. Oh, no one. I mean, that's a speculation buy, right? And it didn't pan out, so that's gonna happen for sure. Really? They're trying to make money. Bastards. Is this when I tell you that basically all of my money is in crypto right now? And not because I'm a fanboy. That's because it looks like the most profitable way to have the money right now. Well, I cannot tell you that. I did make a lot of money on the stock market before I moved the money to crypto though. I know. No, and that's a good reason to stay out of it, right? Like you shouldn't invest in things you don't understand. That's usually not a good idea. Yeah, I mean, in every winning trade, there is a losing trade on the other side, right? So, I mean, obviously, some people make money and someone else loses money at the same time. What? So you teleported through the wall? Wow, I'm missing. I'm no joke missing. I'm missing like 5. Can you sleep? There is a bed next to us on the little support island thingy. Yeah, it's exactly. What? Oh, you're using ender pearls a lot. I found a cave that's lit up. It's probably from like early exploration, I would guess. Maybe we'll have to take a break from this and go get new sponges. I've lost 2 sponges so far today. Yeah, that trench is deep, man. Goes on forever. I had one viewer for like 5 minutes. Hey, should move that button. Oh, it's you. It was just, what's that? Is it a skeleton? I would never. Yeah, I did. They're outside the portal. Yeah, exactly. Turn around. No, go other way. They're on the floor inside. Exactly. I mean, it's so easy. They're small, right? Like, you lose a couple, you don't notice. Happens all the time. Yeah, I think it's mostly the deep part of this trench left. Wow, that was cool. How many of your sponges do you have now? Stop teleporting into blocks, man. Good for you. Well, unless you secretly raided another ocean monument, I guess you must have, right? I don't know. No, I don't know if we need to remove all of that. We only have to remove the water where we're actually going to run the TNT dupers. It says pandemonium in here. I have no idea which sponges are mine. Yep. Yeah, I just collect everything now so we don't lose any from despawning. Thanks. Or is it night? You're losing a lot of hunger because you're jumping around and you are teleporting. Like using an ender pearl takes 2 hearts. It's a bit weird that you haven't noticed that. I think we'll leave the rest for now, because if we're going to have to clear this, we're gonna have to build more walls, because it's too wide to clear with 2 sponges. I have 56 sponges. So we have 60 and 60 then, right? Yeah. Okay, time to break down some sand. Get a stack of torches in your offhand, and then when you remove a sand block, you can place a torch where it was, and all of the sand blocks that fall on it will automatically break. And sometimes if you time it too tightly, the next block of sand will basically rest on the torch without breaking, and then you just have to break that one and the rest will just fall down and break on the torch. Not the one that's against C, but the rest of them, yeah. Don't need them anymore. Oh. That's the abyss next to me here. Tore down a wall, and on the other side is that huge cliff down to... That is a lot of blocks. Very satisfying to watch these extremely tall things fall down. Really? Everything here is too high? You picked up any new series recently? Uh-huh. Yeah. So you recommended one, he took the wrong one and found another one. White shulker box. Uh-huh. I haven't seen season 3 yet, so no spoilers. No, we're still watching Stargate. You know, it's a very lengthy series. Yeah, that's yeah. Stargate unfortunately has its fair share of that as well. It's the special pleading physics in specific situations, like the rules of how the Stargate work, and then there is one episode where it has to work differently, and then they like special case it, and you can tell that it's that's what they're doing. And also sometimes they get stuck with these weird special cases, right? Because they introduced them into canon for some episode a long time ago, and now all of a sudden they have to have that because they said that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah. I have not actually. Uh-huh. I mean, it's the same in our business, right, or in our niche. That you sometimes you sit there and you wonder, like, this project had it all. They had the money, they had the time, they had the mission, and they still fucked it up. Like, how is it even possible? And I guess in the film world, they have those projects too, where people sit around afterwards wondering, like, hey, these guys had everything you need. Why did they fail? Yeah. Yeah, it's there are a few shulkers of sand here for sure. Yeah, I saved a few really tall ones for you because they're really fun to break. Well, in the desert, it's no more than 5 blocks max deep. No, not naturally. You wouldn't. I mean, I usually use it when I'm mining too. When you have the pick out, and you get to gravel, it's like breaking the bottom block with a pick is fine. But if you have to do it 8 times because you have a pillar of gravel that's falling down 1 block at a time, that's just annoying. So at that point, I usually just put a torch and kill the gravel that way. Picking up some extra sand as well, since we have a lot of sand on the floor. Yes, it's a dog. He followed me in here because I had New York blueberry cheesecake, and he mistakenly thought that he was going to get some, which he did not. Vad är det? Kolla det. Hund. Hund. H-U-N-D. Yeah, kind of. Exactly. It's like hound but different. But yes, like every other word. No, but I mean, they probably have the same roots. Yeah, Russian is fun too. You have a couple of words that are like train station in Russian is Vauxhall, and Vauxhall. And it's because when the Russians were like contemplating building their first trains. They went to Great Britain, who were the premier train builders of the age, and they got toured around, and they showed them everything like, yeah, this is a train, and these are the passenger cars, and blah blah blah, and this is Vauxhall Station, because Vauxhall is like a suburb to London. Ah, Vauxhall, and then they used the Vauxhall part as station, missing the station point altogether. So that's why train station is Vauxhall, named after Vauxhall Station in London. Hello, I'm here to steal all your sand. That happens. Yeah, what did I do? I fell to my death recently, I think. One of those things where you take a little bit of damage over and over, and you don't really think about it, and you don't eat regularly as you should. And then all of a sudden you take a little bit of damage, but since you had no health left, you die. Was it last week when we played? I don't remember. It was recently. It's a tradition. Sometimes more than once a day. As a motivational speaker in real life, that would probably not work very well. Telling people to go kill themselves at least once a day. Ah, yeah, well then it's fine. Unless he also does motivational speaking in hardcore worlds. Whoa, that was close. So did you want to go ancient debris mining together more? Tyst. Nej, sluta. Sluta. Oops. There we go. 2 shulkers full of sand. I need to get another shulker because my inventory is full and my shulkers are full. My frame rate is like abysmal. And I'm just guessing that it's OBS, like the recording, that makes it like that. What do you use then? Okay, fair enough. doesn't really help me, but it just means you're gonna be reading a lot. Oh yeah, right. Help forums, maybe. Hopefully they spam sanitize those occasionally. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to bring a new shulker box. Yeah, that is a distinct possibility. This is not a gaming computer, but it is also like a seriously expensive computer. Not because I really wanted it, but when my computer broke down, the old Mac had a battery that started swelling, which, if I understand things correctly, isn't intended nor desirable. And I had to get a new one, and I can't really be without the computer because I need it for work, and it's really expensive not to work. So we decided that, and this was at the beginning of the pandemic as well. So the like the delays on ordering from the Mac shop was, I don't know, 6-8 weeks, something like that, like unreasonably long. And I didn't live next to a Mac support center or anything anyway. And also the old computer only had 16 gigs of memory, and I wanted 32 anyway, because I was constantly running into issues where I had to close down things when you run, Atom and Slack and Docker and yeah. Like, yeah, I do. What? Well, I did start using it before it was Microsoft, What are you using? Yeah, good for you. I never had enough time where I didn't have to be productive to learn Vim. The company was bad, so you had lots of time to learn stuff. That usually doesn't go together. Uh-huh. Sounds like a perfect company. Why did you leave? Ah, okay. Yeah, well, I guess that's one good point. Yeah, but I mean, you're probably 14 times better now, right? That's why. What? I was joking. Oh. I do remember, yes. Yeah. Cool. And you got $1 per download, right? you got to pay for the server bandwidth that was needed for people to download. Cool. Sluta. Has he been at the Bitcoin thing in Miami? There was a Bitcoin, like a yearly large Bitcoin conference just a few days ago. Oh, I thought it was that dude that left for... Oh, you can see my... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a common problem when you're a VC-backed startup. Yeah, LA. What were those things? You remember a few weeks ago you had this truck that comes with the dreams? What were they called? The cake thingies? Yeah, because Molly looked at... I think it started with churros, like we talked about. And then I told her about it, and I said I thought I think they were called dreams, and she looked it up in Portuguese, and she asked me if it was that, and I'm like, maybe sounds kind of familiar. I'll ask. Exactly. Your anti-pride of Brazil. Yeah, I know that's not since the entire island is a mushroom island, they can't spawn here, right? But that place that we just cleared is within spawn range, so everyone will spawn there instead. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's kind of a massive drainage job done there. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, that thing, actually. Let's leave it for now and see how much we need to remove. I'm thinking of if you, I don't know if you can use your free cam. I can't for some reason. But if you go up in the air a bit, and you can see that the part that is between the mushroom island and the swamp, it's really shallow, right? There is a very shallow part there. So I'm thinking we build a wall at the outer edge of that shallow part, and we drain that, and then we basically do a box of the largest area that we have then cleared that we can remove, and then we build the TNT dupers around that and try, because we can make them like free directional. So like either you can build carpet bombers that go back and forth, or you can build, which we could actually do because we do have the space now, I realize, or you can do a smaller, like a single TNT duper that goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and also each time it goes back and forth, it gets pushed one step like in the other direction, so it basically covers the area and then it goes back and covers the area. Takes a lot longer, of course, since you have fewer TNTs dropping per minute, but it's a lot less work to build, since you only have to build like one TNT duper and a couple of stations. So I don't know which we want to try. And I mean, I've never done a TNT trench digging thing before, so I have no idea. It's going to be a learning experience regardless. Let's put it that way. Yes, that's the best kind of learning. Definitely. The TNT duping thing? Can I borrow your sponges? Because I'm gonna have to get off now. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. But I figure I might drain that part before next week so we can focus on building the TNT stuff, because that's probably more fun than doing this again. Oh, come here, Chuckles. Come back here. Yeah, I want to kill all the chickens. Can I kill your chickens? They're like little lag machines. I can move them. I can move them to the farm upstate if you want. They will have a wonderful life there. Unfortunately, they don't take visitors, so. No, it's a decent. I do not, but I know she wants to keep them. Decent Eden calls them Chuckles. I don't know why. Yeah. All the chickens are called Chuckles. And they love their chuckles, so they make new chuckles all the time, and all of a sudden you find like a hole in the ground where they have like 10 chickens hidden away. So I try to kill them as soon as I see them, because they do cause a bit of lag actually, in the numbers that we have now. Okay, man. Thanks for today. It was fun. We actually finished something. That's always nice. A rare treat. Yeah, well, I mean, it's among friends. It's fine. I mean, it's pretty safe to say things like this on this stream so far, I would say. I mean, no one will hear it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll use all my fancy YouTube money to come visit you. No, it's not really. I mean, would I cry if I happened to become really popular so I could make money playing a video game? No, probably not. Would I stop working as a developer? Also, no. Yeah, that's probably an interesting idea. I've also had the thought. By the way, did your episode of Ruby Tapas air? Probably quite a lot, considering who's. Oh, did he shut it down? That's the problem with content creation, right? Like, he was a good content creator because he had a good insight. He was in the thick of it. But if you then go towards the content creation, writing books and stuff, then you will naturally not spend as much time learning and programming. So after a while, you will be behind. It's unavoidable. Uh-huh. Yeah, I can see why. No, exactly. She hasn't established her expertise. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways, see you next week, I hope. Yeah. Bye. And hopefully see you next week. Well, I guess since the stream is ending and I have 0 watchers right now, I will not see you next week, because if you're watching this, you're watching a replay. But anyway, Saturdays usually at 6 o'clock in the evening, Central European time, I stream for apparently like 4.5 hours. So